Let's have a look. Probably not. Oh, stupid dickhead. Well, never mind. So what we're going to do is we're going to just top up this base coat, this primer from this humongous can. Just where I've added these extra rivets on the wheels. Just make sure you're actually going to watch it. I used to have real issues with this, well, not necessarily, just with airbrushes in general, because it was like magic or something, I don't know. But I mean, obviously you've got to be careful what you've behind you when you spray this. But despite the fact that it might seem a bit like magic and like, oh my god, how do I possibly get this to work? Why does it not work? Why is it always fucking clogged up? These are things that I was asking myself all the time, and I was like, why have I spent so much money on this thing? You know, I mean, if you'd actually be able to paint with this, you know, like it's a reasonably expensive airbrush. I should be able to paint with it, like literally paint with it, not just do undercoats and primers and whatever. To be fair, I still mostly use it for primers, but that's just because of probably skill with the airbrush. However, even just in the last couple of weeks. Who's that? Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn, thank you very much. Oh, hi there. How are you doing? So you have to bear with me. I'm looking at about 8 different screens to try and like to keep track of chats, because I've got chats. We've got Twitch going. Well, at least I'm hoping it's all going. Twitch is on. We're multi-streaming Twitch. We're multi-streaming to YouTube, and we're also multi-streaming to Instagram. However, I don't know how well that's actually going to work, because obviously it's kind of like the opposite. It's not vertical. No, sorry, I tell you, it's not horizontal. It's vertical. So, hang on, give me a second. I will answer what you were just asking me in just a second. Let me just catch the rest of this. What did you say? Hi, I hope you're doing well. Actually, I wanted to ask you if I can create some art for your channel, if you don't mind. Well, Gwendolyn, if you want to create art for me for absolutely nothing, I will obviously say yes. I don't know. I mean, talk to me. Tell me what you think. I mean, I'm sure you're an excellent artist. I'll be honest, I probably wouldn't want to work for free either, but you know, I'm not a commercial artist or anything, I just do this for fun, so I'm not it's not like I'm a rich guy with loads of money to burn on having artwork done for me and stuff like that, like private artwork. But I mean, if you don't answer me, then obviously I can't give you any answer. So right, let's that hopefully is that. Let's have a look at these. By the way, my computers are set up in such a way that I actually have no idea if anyone's actually listening to this. If there's one listening to this, well, quite frankly, I'm not sure. It's for the people who are listening. Yeah, that's almost out. Where's the water? Let's have a look. So I think a big part of like previously, until this like last few weeks or so, when I've done some real exploration of how to use the airbrush properly. I think it was the fact that it used to take, or like it used to take, so long to do anything with it, because it was like, oh my god, you've got to change colours. It takes you 10 minutes to change the fucking colour because you've got to clean the whole damned airbrush. But actually, that's not realistic. You don't. I mean, who would want to do that? Why, it's not feasible to have to do that. So once I read a little bit more, I should say. Well, there'll be a lot of people who I've even already read, since I read what I've read recently, not to do this with your airbrush, because oh my god, you might get paint in the body of the airbrush. But I mean, Jesus Christ, you get paint in the body of your airbrush anyway. Can confirm, having had to clean it out 83,000 times when using it only 8 times. So it's so much quicker. Whereas before, I was having to clean it out, and when I say clean it, I mean I was taking it to bits, cleaning the nozzle, cleaning the nail, everything. Now, how does that look? If we put a bit of water through that and actually spray it through, that'll be clean. That's very clean. So, you know, before where it was taking me 10-20 minutes because I had to clean everything, excuse me, it's not anymore. So have we got any answer from Gwendolyn, or is it Gwendolyn? Is it? I mean, welcome to the stream. Just in case you're not a bot, but I mean, you're not answering me. So is Gwendolyn a bot? What do we think, chat? I don't know. Right. So have we got any touch-ups on this thing to do? Well, I mean, we've got a part of that hole to fix. Maybe we should do that now. Where's my fucking... Yeah, just in case anyone had any illusions, this is very much a 18 plus stream. And I swear extremely... I swear a lot, I should say, probably. Some people say, oh, you shouldn't swear, it's a lack of vocabulary. But I mean, anyone who can actually say vocabulary probably isn't lacking in vocabulary. So, what we're going to use here is this stuff. Let's have a look. Can we see this? Yeah, there we go. Green Stuff World. I mean, it doesn't have to be Green Stuff World, obviously, but this is just where I got it from. Ultraviolet putty. Just cool stuff. It's just literally, it looks like hair gel or grease or something like that. And all you do is you can use it to... that's what I was looking for. You can use it as a sort of putty. It's really good for filling gaps. I know there's a lot of people who, well, based on my experience of seeing what people's models look like in a general sense. So what I'm going to do here is, so if you look at this is a 3D printed model. You can see that here, where I'm pointing to, this is not quite, oh my god, why did I not, I cleaned that up really badly, didn't I? So the bottom I don't care about because that's going to be, nobody's going to see that ever, but this bit I should have probably cleaned up a little bit better. But you can see it's kind of, unfortunately when I've been printing this, it's kind of pulled it away a little bit. It's not ideal. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and repair it. Now you could use green stuff. You could use what the fuck's it called? The other stuff, which I've got, which now I can't think what it's called. Yeah, modelling putty of any kind of modelling putty, right? But that takes hours to dry. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use some of this, which this is probably it's maybe a bit too much. But all this is to do is just to give the appearance of. It doesn't have to be dead on because I'm going to absolutely weather the living daylights out of this area of this tank. But what we're going to do is we're just going to squidge some of that up into there, into that gap. And we're just going to fill a space that is obviously missing. To, you know, doesn't have to be perfect at this point. So like I say, I'm gonna, where it's going to sit on this diorama is it's going to have a fair old amount of like weathering kind of materials in it. So, however, it now moderately looks almost the right shape. And you can play around with this for quite a while because it only sets under UV light. So you can get this pretty good if you just take a bit of time. It doesn't need, like I say, it doesn't need to be absolutely spot on. It just needs to be relatively close to where I want it to be. Of which I think that would be close enough. Pretty much close enough. Again, it's not perfect, but it's better than it was. So so, close the lid, because obviously we don't want to absolutely ruin. Oh, hi, John Warwick. Nice to have you in the chat. Milliput, that's the word I was looking for. Milliput, I've got some somewhere. I've hidden it somewhere. Milliput works. Green stuff works if you can be, you know, but obviously those are two-part epoxies. You know what I mean? You have to mix them together. I've hidden my Milliput somewhere. I don't know where I've put it. But yeah, this stuff. Right, so I've put this on here right now. You can see, hopefully, that this is still very soft. You know, I mean, it's still, you know, still very manipulatable. Is that a word? You know what I mean? You can still, you know, it's still very, very soft. You can still do, you know, move this around, do whatever you want to do, right? But watch this. Right, so just clean that off quickly. Right, so all we need here now is this blacklight. This is a UV torch. And watch this. Right, so John Warwick, how are you? Welcome to the channel. Welcome to. I mean, I kind of hope you're still here actually, because it's much more interesting to talk to other people than to talk to myself. Please tell me if there's any like volume issues or anything like that. Right. So what we've done here is, right, we've just literally. I mean, that's only been on for about 10-20 seconds or something like that, right? But watch. This is like solid, totally solid. This is a game changer. I wish I'd had this. If I'd had this when I started doing models and like miniatures and what have you, then this would be, well, I'd have probably already won Golden Demon. No, I'm just kidding. But I would have at least it would have been a big game changer back in those days. So, all right. So anyway, that is just literally. I mean, like, good. I'm glad you're doing okay. Yeah, this sub is very cool. It's I mean, it's a little bit tacky to the touch now, but I mean, I've literally only had the torch on it for like what 10, 20 seconds. But you just leave the torch on it, and this stuff will dry like rock hard. This is just like Milliput, just like green stuff. It dries solid. To the point where you can cut it with a scalpel or a knife of some description or a saw. You can sand it, you can file it, and it's, you know, it's really good. So now the reason I've done that, not particularly, you know, that's not particularly neat, is because like I say, I'm going to put a lot of weathery, like, you know, mud and shit on top of it, because it's where it's going to sit in the diorama that I'm doing right now. So we'll just make sure that's absolutely solid. This is also awesome for, this is obviously like a 3D printed tank, but if you wanted to fill in these holes, like I did on the top, I mean, you can fill them in really easily. Again, I haven't done it perfectly on here because I didn't need to. It sounds down really well. If you can hang on a second, I will show you an example of this, because I've used it on my diorama, the diorama base itself, to fill out the edges of. Well, you'll see. I'm not sure. You just have to bear with me a second. So I have to get it down off the shelf. So let me move the tank. Let me move the alternative piece. So let's see. Let's have a look. Can we see this? So, this. Let's see if we can get it in the shot. I'm trying to get it in the shot. So this edge here, you might just be able to see it a little bit. This edge here was not quite flush with the plastic, but that's filled with the UV paste, and when you look at it from the side, it's pretty flush, you know. And a lot of that was, you know, it can be sanded because obviously it was not perfect when I did it initially, and the other side is the same. So you can get this right around. You can see across here. It's not the most perfect side, so you have to bear with me because the camera is above the desk. So I'm trying to look on the screen to the side of me, and but yeah, it sounds really well. I've used it to fill in the let's get this right, the corners. This corner is going to actually have some resin or water effect in the bottom of it, so this is totally sealed. So yeah, it sounds very well. Let me just put this back out of the way so I can get on with what I was actually going to do. Because I could have that base on my desk all like for weeks and weeks and just do little tiny bits of it. But we need to actually do some other things. So what we need to do, or what we're going to do today, or tonight, or now, is at least start these vehicles. So, right, what colour do we want? We want, where has it gone? This one. Oh, excuse me. Oh, so yeah, like I say, I've used airbrushes for a long time, but I've primarily used them for priming and what have you, which this paint doesn't necessarily need any thinner because it's let me find an appropriate brush that hasn't been used for enamels. We'll just get a new one. That one will do. But I used to have like loads of problems with what's called dry tip, which is where the brush basically it stops painting because the tip has dried out. And I watched a really interesting video, a really handy video that had some really good explanations of how to avoid this. And I got some new thinner for the airbrush. This is the thinner that I'm using. It's in that little tub at the minute, but this is the actual thinner. Now, this came from somebody who doesn't model paint necessarily, but I mean they did. But they did a comparison on Vallejo paints with this compared to everything else, and he basically said right at the beginning of the video, this one wins, but I'm going to go through the rest of the video anyway. And this is amazing. So, what we're going to do is we're going to try and paint this. I'm going to take my specs off because it's annoying to try and look over them. I can still see chat on my tablet. Let's see. Can I see anything else? No, I can't see anything else. Oh my god, total nightmare. Let's get it up. Right. Please mention in the chat if I go out of like window particularly, or if you can't see what's going on, tell me. I can see what's going on the screen. It's just it's very easy to like disappear off it, I guess. So what we're going to do is we're going to just give this a good. This is just going to be a base coat of sort of like a dark grey. This is a. It's a Krieg. It's a Krieg diorama, so it's Death Corps. So we want to be like nice grey colours. But not too OTT. Oh, spitting. What was that? What's going on there? Let's turn this around a wee bit. Look at this. Look at this very basic base coat down. Which is a nice sort of dark grey, and we'll be able to work. Onto that. Let's do that, and the Trojan is going to be the same, so we'll do that as well. What are we going to do the internal? We'll try not to paint. We'll try not to paint the insides. We're going to try and do the original colour, but I don't think it's really worth. got paint. Hey, thanks, Gwendolyn. I appreciate it, Gwendolyn. I really do appreciate it. Can you drop down your Discord in chat, please? I'll add you and DM me. Yes, bear with me a second while I clean the, or stop the airbrush from becoming clogged, and I will do so. I will say I am, I mean, I know you said you were a 3D artist and stuff, and I'm always happy to like look at other people's work, because it's, you know, it's other people's work. I'm not necessarily looking for anything right now, but I'm always happy to look, and it never hurts to have contacts with people who know what they're doing. Shit, I'm just gonna pin on my shirt. Yeah, give me a minute, let me just sort this stuff out, and I'll in fact, actually, if you look in the about of the it should still be there. There should be a Discord link in the about of the Twitch page. If you seen me on Twitch, yes. There should be a link for Discord there if you want to just find it. Let's get this side of the tank. Okay, so how we're looking here. Probably do with one more little blast of paint, I guess. I mean, if anyone, like I say, I have a lot of problems with airbrushing. I think a lot of people have problems with airbrushing, in like initially in how to get it to work, how to consistently get it to just not block the airbrush all the time, because it's very frustrating if you feel like you're just spending all your time cleaning the fucking airbrush, which is what I used to feel like all the time, just until recently. Right, so we've got a very basic use up this paint to make sure there's plenty of there. Right, there we go. So we've got a very basic. No, this needs a bit more. The Discord is in thingy, hang on a second. You'll have to bear with me a second. drink a beer. I'm very much hoping that everybody's getting in on this chat. Hopefully. So let's do a little bit more on the artillery carriage itself. Alright, so that should be enough, and it's a quick clean. Cool. Now brush nice and clean. Let's get a new piece of towel, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Right, so now what we want is not this one. What do we think? Look, this is where we started from. Oh, that's pretty good, not very good. I think we skip maybe that one. I could go straight to that one. Oh, that needs a ball. Hasn't got a ball. Plus one ball. Let's get that lid back on. So, now what I'm hoping here is I'm totally not overestimating my abilities to actually do this. Where's that come from? That's off the water. I'm hopefully not totally overestimating my abilities to use this fucking airbrush. And actually a bit of paint. It's just right. Let's put that back to where we can actually see what's going on. Right, let's see if we can actually. Right, I'm going to take these glasses off for this. Alright, getting some sort of feedback here on something. That might fix it. Right. Okay, so let's see if we can not totally destroy this by Probably you can't even see that. So let's try. I'm just going to, like, very lightly spread from the top. And I guess I'm not totally off. Let's start to the vehicles. There's there. And we will go with the lighter grey next. And again, hopefully I can do this justice. The model that or the diorama that I've gotten all the inspiration for this particular one, which is something I've seen for a long time. It's just one of them dioramas that catches your eye and you're just like, oh my god, I want to do that. And now I've got the opportunity to do it, so I'm doing it. There we do. More or less clean. So if you can't see what I'm doing now, right, I'm literally just letting it bubble through the last bit. There's a little bit of paint in the bottom. Let it bubble by holding the nozzle, and then actually fire it through the brush. And that's as clean as a whistle. If you're not certain, put some water in. If your water's going through it like really easily, it's not plattering. So literally I've not had any blockages since I've started doing this. I've not had any blockages with this airbrush, touch wood. So so what we'll do is we'll put a bit of thinner in, and then we'll put a bit of this. Lighter grey in, and give that a bit of a mix. You can mix this by doing the same thing as what I was doing to clean with the bubbles and whatever, but I prefer the brush. That's just me. Right, let's see if we can. Maybe it could be a bit more even, but never mind. It probably could be a little bit more even, but okay. We'll even it out with this coat. so base coat. Right, so by the time it's bubbles, there's pretty much nothing there. So a little bit of actual cleanup. Gets that off there and off there. And then get rid of that. Yeah, water through that as well, just to be on the safe side. Right, so this airbrush is now again absolutely clean. Just put that back on there. Right, now let's have a look. You could probably go a little bit harder on the old I think we need to go a little bit harder on the grey. Oh my God. I hate my life. Why am I still getting fucking feedback of something? What am I getting feedback of? I can hear something. Mute that. I thought it was done with the grey, but no, they've not gone quite enough. Regardless, if you mix it, be a good idea. There we go. Probably just a little bit underdone on Who's that? Let me just put the specs back on. Smackrel, thank you for being in the chat. It's good to have you. How are you doing? Hopefully well. Let's get out a little bit more of this. This looking a bit better. Steals most of my Krieg and boys and runs away. Well, while I can appreciate that, I don't know if you've seen, you maybe haven't, you probably haven't. I'm doing a diorama. These are obviously Krieg vehicles, but would you like to see the diorama that I'm actually going to put them on? What do you think? Would you like to see it? Oh no. Oh, sorry. Oh, wait a minute. Let me I have links defaulted to be off, so bear with me a second. Let me unfuck that link. I had them. Where's my fucking mouse cursor? Yeah, give me a sec. Let me. Oh my god, who is it? Who's done that? Is it Nightbot? It's Nightbot. Oh, excuse me. Oh. You'll have to bear with me. It's going to take me a little while to figure that out. A Ratman. Oh, Skaven. Oh, well, I love the Skaven. I mean, they've got some cool as fuck models. And your video. Oh yeah, cool. I mean, if you have no issues, I will send you. I will put my our Discord in thing. And there's, we've got a big work in progress. There's places making share shit there, and I can see it easier than trying to fuck about with Nightbot right now. Where was it gone? Hang on, let me get the link. Is that still that? It is. Yeah, sticking in that Discord, I can see it much easier than at the moment anyway, than messing around with what do you call it, Nightbot. But I will amend Nightbot for what do you call it? The links. Let's get the links sorted out. It'll take me a minute to do it if I do it now. Oh, you're on Instagram. There we are. Oh, Krieg boys. Death crop, like it. Oh, Instagram on PC is so shit. Yeah, I dropped you a follow on Instagram anyway, and so what we got? Many rat boys. All the rat boys. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. I do like the Skavens. I mean, I'm to be like, just being 100% honest, I'm much more of a sci-fi, like 40k, well not 40k, just sci-fi, so it kind of falls under it. But I do like the Skaven. The Skaven are a cool. I do like the Skaven. I've got a Skaven guy somewhere. I've got a Skaven guy that I probably didn't finish him, but Yeah, oh, Wordbearer's 30k. Yeah, man. 40k chaos. Well, I used to work for GW many years ago, and when I say many years ago, I'm talking, what year are we in? I'm talking 25 years ago, probably. And I was always a big chaos boy. Big, massive, humongous chaos battle fleet, gothic fleet. And I do like my chaos stuff. So let's get this base. I like Wordbearers in the sense that, well, I mean, nobody likes Erebus, obviously, you know, because he's fucking Erebus. But I do like the what do we call it? Like the cuneiform, the text that they have on everything. Those are pretty cool. So, I mean, I will point out as well, I'm not like, I don't play any of the games anymore. I used to, but not anymore. See that size now, they're way more balanced now. They look much more like, actually, like they should. Let's give a bit more there. We need a bit of of that, and then a little bit of this on this side as well. Much better. Much better. Yeah. I got the characters forged well made. Oh wow, yeah. Oh, that's nice. I love Forge World. Do you know what I just bought? Right, so hear me out. The diorama, I didn't show you the diorama, did I? Let me just clean this, let me clean the airbrush a minute, and I'll show you this diorama that I'm doing. I've been doing this for a very long time. It makes me sad that I'm going to be 50 next year. I'm like, ah! How the fuck am I 50 next year? That's horrendous. Oops. And but I've been doing this for a long time. I mean, I started doing this when I was like 9 or 10, and I've always loved dioramas and, you know, building, like, you know, making like. There's one more of it. Which model? Tell me. So is it a big E model by any chance? I saw a good one recently. Ikit Claw. Oh wow! Well, did they not do Did they not do him as a model? I mean, like, I could have sworn that they did, but. Or was it like a limited edition one, or? Oh, I'm sure they did that though. I'm sure that was a thing. And you used it, yeah. I knew it. I thought you had one. Are you trying to find like the original, or are you trying to find like a proxy? Yeah. I remember. I mean, like I say, I mean, I don't play anymore, but I have been involved in either. I mean, I can't be 100% certain, but I'm fairly certain, like I think there might be a 3D model of him, or something that's at least, you know, very close to what he is. Perhaps there's a lot of very good Skaven models kicking about. That much I do know. It would be very, very worth a look. If that's one of them, you know, like I must have ultimate models. You know what I mean? Right. Let's get the clean. Yeah, his books are pretty cool, man. The stories that he has are like you say, kind of goofy. They're pretty funny. He's like the most unfortunate fucking villain in all of the books. It's like if it can go wrong, it's gonna go wrong. Okay, where are we with these fucking tanks? Let's have a look. I've definitely seen three models for epically good Skaven models. I can't like be 100% and say like, oh, I 100% say, you know, saw that particular character, but he had some. The guy who was doing them had some absolutely fucking amazing models. Yeah, man. Well, it's like these models. These models here are these are 3D printed. You know, I printed these myself. These you can't. Well, you can buy them occasionally on eBay, the originals, but they're stupidly expensive. Like really, really silly expensive. So, 3D model really is the only way forward with these. Oh shit! I need to do them doors as well. Right, what do we need to do with this guy now? Right, what do we need is... I think we need a wash of some description. Sure, man. Share it. Hang on, actually, you won't be able to share the link because the links are still not fixed. Yeah, bear with me a minute. It's gonna take me a minute. You'll have to bear with me while I figure out fucking Nightbot thing. Yeah, I mean, try it in here now. Try it on the Twitch right now, because I think I fixed it. Well, I fixed it, but I've allowed it. I think on disc in Twitch itself, so it may well work. Yes, it worked. If it hadn't worked straight away, it would have been deleted. So, oh yeah, that's cool. Oh, that's nice. That's a nice model of him, man. Yeah. Yeah, man, I like it. You should get it. Get it. Get it printed. No, man, that's a nice it's a nice model. What do we want to do here? Where's that fucking? Right, let's do this. This is not my ideal choice, but it'll work. For now, it'll be a start, because we'll do enamel washes on stream. Well, they're not ideal for live streams because they take forever to dry. But what we'll do is we will do one and then the other one. Let's get this big daft brush. Actually, probably won't need that. So what I'm doing here is I'm just, this is a huge all over wash with Nuln oil. Well, it's actually gloss Nuln oil because I just happen to have more of that than regular. And the idea is, as you can see, I'm just pushing the paint, well I say paint, you know what I mean, I'm pushing it into the, I don't want it pooling on anything flat, but I do want it to cover it so that it's so that the actual model doesn't look so flat, because this is actually a really nice fucking 3D model. But what you don't want to do is you don't want huge, like, see, like this is what you want to try and avoid here, right? You don't want these humongous pools of especially not right there, because that's like a really bad spot for it. So if it was in that crease there, that's cool, but you don't want this. So bent some out, there's just too much on the brush. Cover everything, because it'll be a nice thing, and then just lift it off. Leave it in the crease. Happy days. You don't want flat surfaces with big fuck off coffee stain type things on, because it looks awful, to be quite honest, and it's really easy to avoid if you just take 2 seconds to think about what you're doing, where you're painting, and how it affects what your model actually is going to look like in the end. So I'm gonna have to take my specs off, because having them sitting right on the end of my nose is pissing me off like beyond belief. So let's bring that a bit closer. So, you know, there's a lot of, like, you know, it's very easy to do a wash and just like just fucking leather it on everything, but you know, you want to take at least a little bit of effort of like where it's actually going to end up. It will be worth it in the long run. These are just things that you want. So you want, let's see, can you see, where's my brush? There it is. You want this line here to be deep, but then the rest of it you just want like a covering so that it smooths it out nicely. Just kind of the whole point. Bring out details, not flood them. And if you look, when you push the brush up, you'll push the pen to a point and it'll stay to some extent. Or pull it down and leave it in the crease. Whichever suits, whichever way you're going. But you paint along the, you paint along the contours of the model anyway, so how to paint 101. Come on. Let's get some. This is easy. This is easy painting. It's a very simple step to do this, and the difference it will make on this is huge. Yep. Super easy. Where you want to concentrate on is like these huge, like where like the big joints are in areas of the model. Again, it's you don't have to get too worried about it, because you're going to tidy this up lots afterwards anyway. So. Yeah, just keep going. This is one of those things that takes a little while to do. Push all that there, and then push it all back down again. Go heavy on this though. I mean, it's not like a delicate operation in any sense of the word, but just try and be aware of like the way that the model moves, like, you know, the flow of the actual model itself. See, that's what happens when you get, if you leave a pool for too long, you get that, which is annoying because it looks awful and it takes more effort to fix. Yep, there's another one. It's just a 3D print, dude. It's by a guy called Rick the Barber. You can get it on Cults, or perhaps if you're on my Discord. But it's a very nice model. You cannot get this. This is an out of production model from Forge World now. Sadly, because it's by far one of the best Earthshaker kind of models that they ever made, ever. So yeah, they don't make it anymore, sadly. I still haven't showed you the frigging diorama, have I? I will. Let me just finish this. I'll do this leg and then I'll show you. So this model is inspired by something that I saw in an old. I don't know if you may or may not remember these. I don't know. Maybe. The Forge World used to do these books called Imperial Armor. Imperial Armor books, and then they did some modelling masterclass books. There was 2, I think it was. And in the first one was a diorama of a Krieg artillery battery, and it's one of them things that every time I ever saw it, I was just like, oh my god, that's amazing. I need to do this at some point in my life, and I've now been able to actually do something that I wanted to do. However, as I say, you cannot get these models. Well, I say you can't get them. You can get them if you're like, if you've got loads of money and you want to spend the money on them on eBay, because they're expensive. Like £300 plus on eBay, which, I mean, I'm obviously in the UK. £300 in American money, I guess, is what, like nearly $500 maybe. I don't know, something like that. $400, $450. Maybe. They're expensive anyway. Let's just, you know, it's simple enough to say. So. So yeah, these are 3D printed. How long have you been doing this for, dude? How long have you been a fellow addict to the plastic? It's not terrible, just for a simple wash. Just get a bit of that under there though, because it looks a bit weird if it's too light. Right, let me. I keep saying I'm going to show you this thing, and I just keep getting carried away with. Oh shit, that's good to me. Keep getting carried away with other stuff. So wait a second. I am actually almost finished with this. So. do the barrel. Right, barrel done. Let's just put that down a second. Okay, so let me just dry that off, and then close that because it will get spilt otherwise. And the beer. Right, let's find this thing. Right, so where's it gone? It's up there. Let's move that way. So, here we go. Alright, so here is, I'm trying not to break anything while I'm doing this that I already worked on. Let's move that. There we go. Should get on there. This is the actual diorama. This is the base. I've already spent a fair bit of time on. I'm quite happy with how it's turned out so far, to be quite honest. So I mean, is that drying? See this? It's not even dry. I'm going to not touch it. So this is dry. This goes here, roughly, and then I've got like a whole fucking. I mean, we've got Krieg transfers. We've got some very cool photo etch brass, barbed wire, and then we've got all of these cool. Excuse me. All of these accessories. These are the accessories that are definitely going on the board. So on the direct. So I'm now trying not to just overpaint the base any more than it needs to be, because I just get carried away doing it, and it actually doesn't look terrible. So I keep putting it away. I have to put it away. So that I actually do the cannon and whatnot. So we need to get this done. So right, so that's it. We need to do more. No, we don't need to do more than that. We need to do this one. This one needs the same. Stephen, thank you. It's I've been fortunate to be able to get myself a fairly nice 3D printer that prints these out. Or it does take a bit of experimenting to get the prints to actually come out nicely. They're a bit temperamental. Well, temperamental is not even the right word. It's just you just take a bit of effort to get them to get the best out of them, I guess. But it's definitely the way forward. I mean, as much as I used to work for GW, and I do like buy their stuff, and I do like their stuff. Their plastic kits are just so fucking good these days. I mean, you just can't get everything like these old out of print stuff. There isn't any other way to get them unless you want to pay an absolute fortune for them. I looked for the cannon, the Earthshaker cannon. It was like 300 quid, like £300. It was an absurd amount of money to pay for a model that was, well, just for a model generally, I guess, not, you know, of this kind. I get that it's obviously it's out of print, but even so, it was way too excessive. I wasn't going to pay it, not just to do a diorama. That's like really silly. That said, I did buy the I have actually bought. I wasn't going to because I had some 3D printed crew, but they're not like, I don't know. They're just not. They're not perfect for it. So I have actually managed to find on eBay a proper set of the original crew that go with this, which I bought, and they were, well, I mean, well, I bought. Let's just leave it at that. Because they will look better than the ones that I had for it. I was trying to do like this whole build with either, well, predominantly scratch built or 3D printed, and you know, I mean, I've still managed that. There was very little of this. There'll only be 1 or 2 bits that are not scratch built or printed. So I mean, it's only to make it look better, so I don't mind. I can live with it. Let's just get this wash done on everything here. And This wash also just takes the edge off some of the airbrushing, so that it's like, it does it with when you brush paint as well, so that you don't have like it can smooth out like transitions a little bit and stops it. I don't know, it's hard to explain. It just like kind of takes the edge off the paint, I guess, a little bit, and makes it look better. That was garish, I guess you might say. Right, and that. There's a little bit more there. Trojan. Ow. Trojan done. Well, I said done. Done. It's not done. It's got a wash. Yeah. Now. I think let me have a think about exactly what I'm going to do with this right now. I'm going to go and quickly take a very quick piss. I will be right back. Right. Yeah, need to figure out what I'm going to do with this right now. I think maybe some back to the airbrush for a little bit and just see if we can tidy that up a little bit in places. What did we have? We had that. That was our base. That was our next. And then we went to that. So I think maybe. Some of this. Right, let's tidy this up a little bit. It's a bit patchy on a few spots. There we go. Right. This level of airbrushing, I seriously would never have been, like, even like this, and this is probably fairly basic for most people, but this is stuff that I just would never have thought would have been easily doable. Oops. And I say that in the sense of this is good for me. I'm sure it's not that amazing for a lot of people, but. Oh, I can't believe I just did that. I just literally knocked the fucking hook off it. Fucking crane. Where the fuck did that go? Oh, I'm an idiot. Ah, so annoying. That's really pissed me off. Like, such a fucking shitty end too. Hey Mango, how are you doing? Oh, that wasn't ages ago. Sorry. I've got like all of my chats on one screen and it's very sorry. How are you? I am fairly well, thank you. Oh my god, my apologies if I've missed that comment. I do apologise. I'm still kind of so getting everything into work together has been a bit of a, I don't know, challenge is not the right word, but just like getting used to it, I guess, is it's a bit strange. Right, brush cleaned. Ow! Kick the chair, not a good idea. Right, I feel like I've just like Uber Zenith or highlighted all of my shit, which is probably a bit excessive. However, that Zenithal looks really cool, just to say. So. Oh, let's have a look, see if there's anybody actually watching. I doubt it. Right, let's have a think about what we're going to do with this, because this looks, I mean, it's not just me, even though I've had a fair few we need to kind of make it darker because that's like way too light, obviously. So, which way do we do that? I'm not even sure. How did they do it in the original diagram? Let's have a look. Where is it? So it was just basically the same. It's probably just needs to be darkened down a wee bit. So let's not go quite as far back as the base, but let's go to this one and we'll give it a try. Because at the end of the day we need to do this on the other one as well. So let's put a bit thinner in first. I think what I've done is probably just gone a bit too what the fuck? No, that just looks even lighter. What the fuck? That can't possibly be. This is confused. Let's go to check if I can actually see it. Ow. I'm not sure. I mean, it's a good base. This is clearly too fucking light though. We need to add some more dark. Oh, stop. Fucking spitting everywhere. Annoyingly, that's twice that I've missed people from YouTube, and even this time I actually have a chat that works for everybody, and I still missed it. I'm kind of pissed at that. let's not use that. Let's go back to the absolute. I think what we've done is we've just got a bit carried away. With how light we needed it to be, it doesn't need to be this light. So, let's get back down a wee bit. And then let's do some more washes, because washes are cool. Everyone likes wash. Specs off. Okay. you doing? Did say that right, I haven't got my specs on right now. What is it? Man Ranger, yes, how are you? All good, I hope. What are you up to, man? Saturday building, oh sweet, sweet. So what are you building? Something cool, I hope. What we're going to do now is we're going to just do a ridiculous amount of. Oh, nice, nice! Like proper military modelling. I like it. Oh, 48. Nice. I do quite like. Oh, I love to see military modelling because it's very cool. It's very well done. I have a battleship model that I will do at some point, but I'm saying at some point, kind of loosely. But I like the. I like to use the. Where's your props? Nice, nice. Yeah, cover rocket plus stuff. I do like to see. Like proper military stuff. I like to use the techniques that are used in military painting, or I try to use the military techniques. You know, like with the enamels and oils and so on and so forth. Because they do suit the stuff that I paint quite well. It takes a bit of practice, I think. It's not the sort of easy style painting that a lot of Warhammer stuff gets, I think. Yeah, right at this moment I'm just this is models for a big diorama that I'm working on right now, which is it's a big artillery diorama, and it is, like, you know, 40K. I mean, I'll pretty much paint anything that I'm given, but this is my primary, like primarily what I would paint is 40K or some sort of GW kind of stuff. But I really need to get this to sort of darken down because I've completely over highlighted it when I've been pissing about with the airbrush, and it's way too light now, so I'm going to have a bit of a darkening down session. Assuming I don't run out of this wash that I have. Yeah, let me see if I can. Let me show you the base for this diorama because it's fairly sizable. So you might get some idea of what's going on with this. Let's not spill the wash. I have to stand up. Okay. Would it fit? It'll be close. Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah. The adverts are. Sorry, that's a bit. I've got like 82,000 screens open, so I can't see when the adverts are coming up. Otherwise, I can't see when everybody speaks because I'm sharing on Twitch, YouTube, and Instagram, and I have a thing that gives me all of those chats in one that actually works. But if I watch that, I can't see anything else. So yeah, so apologies. Yes, the ads do come. It's one of the things with Twitch. But yeah, I'm doing diorama. You can see this is the base for it right now. God. Is that actually even visible? Hopefully it is. Yeah, pro streamer. Oh man, I'm about as far from a pro streamer as you can probably get. I mean, we shall continue to drink our beers while we are pro streaming at 5 AM on a Sunday morning. So, but yeah, I like to think I like to think I'm reasonably okay at painting at least. So yeah, I'm never going to be a pro streamer, I think. But I think I can paint reasonably okay. So I can't really see how. Oh no, I can see how it is. I can see the Instagram post. It's not too bad. I'm happy with how it's turned out. I mean, and that is. That's usually it's probably better than where I get to with most of these things that I never ever finish. But this one I will finish because I've put too much effort into it. I've also actually just bought the. I've got some crew models for the artillery because the artillery will go roughly here, which obviously it's not finished yet, but just, you know, this will be the artillery. Will sit on here, and there's a couple of crew models to go around, but then they're 3D printed. I mean, the model itself is 3D printed. It's fantastic, but the crew models are they're good, but they're just not quite right. So I did actually. I was trying not to buy anything for this other than a couple of bits and pieces, and the only things I bought for it up to now was this brass etched barbed wire because it's very good stuff. It's also extremely sharp. I'm going to be very careful when I make it. Inevitably I bought this and then found that there's a really good way to make stuff out of just normal wire, or out of thin wire that is extremely realistic. But never mind, I bought this already, so it's cool. And this was the only other thing, which is the Krieg transfer sheet, and this is because Krieg were in the Warhammer universe. I don't know if you know Warhammer very much or not, but in Krieg, in the lore, the Krieg guys are basically they are the trench warfare, siege warfare experts. So this diorama it just fits them perfectly. So I had to buy those because I didn't have those. But I have also bought now a proper old out of print crew for this particular weapon, because this weapon, this cannon, you cannot buy this as a model anymore from Games Workshop. This is a 3D print. It's a fantastic 3D print. You've got some Cadian. I mean, I think everybody's got some Cadians sitting somewhere in a box. But yeah, this is something I've wanted to do for a very long time. This is I'm very much inspired, and it's like I'm not quite say copying exactly, but it's very much inspired by a diorama that was done in an old Games Workshop book that they used to do before they became like anti, like, what's the word? They used to not. They used to be. They used to have some. There used to be some. Sort of appreciation for the fact that, you know, like Games Workshop stuff was good, but like, you know, the oil paints were a thing and enamels were a thing, and, you know, stuff that wasn't manufactured by Games Workshop was actually something you could use. And that was back in the, you know, when these were made, these big dioramas. This was like going back to like sort of 2005, 2006 or 7 or so, and that's not the company anymore. That now, if it's not made by them, it doesn't exist. So they wouldn't put anything in a book nowadays that said well, we painted this thing, but we actually put an oil wash on it because they didn't make the oil wash. So, alright, so let me just put this base out of the way. Let's see if we can get a bit more of this. Yeah, they are. They're very much money oriented. I don't blame them. I mean, they do make some of the best kits. I mean, their plastic stuff is fantastic. This, excuse me. This used to be a. Let's make sure that's in the shot. This used to be a resin only, kit, and it was kind of pricey. And probably last year, maybe they released it as a plastic kit, which is what this is, and it's fantastic. It's really good. I mean, that ammunition, you can see that the ammunition thing. It's not quite finished, but it's nearly finished. It's an extremely good plastic kit. The quality of the actual the mouldings for doing the kit are they're really good. But yeah, I know what you're saying with the sort of money thing. They do seem to be like it annoys me that they've gone to the point of like, oh well, we can't do anything that's not. Thank you. They can't touch anything that's now not their own product, which I kind of get, but it is also kind of annoying because it's just like half the things that are painted and put on any vehicle that you get on there, I guarantee you they're not 100% painted with Games Workshop paint. People will use oil paints, they will use enamels to get certain washes and certain looks. Because that's just, you know, anybody who's like all of the seriously good people who I've watched and take inspiration from, who paint and model, use oils, enamels. I've got them on my desk, do you know what I mean? I have Games Workshop paint. I used to work for Games Workshop, for Christ's sake, but their paints are brilliant for certain things, but they're not so great for certain things. So, whoops, just let my tablet over. It kind of annoys me that they just get to the point of like disregarding everybody else, like as if everybody else doesn't matter, and they're just so important that, you know, nothing else can matter. Which is obviously complete nonsense. So, what I really do want to do is do oil washes on this right now, but it's unfortunately oil washes and live streaming are very much not compatible because it takes so long to dry. You can do one and then you have to stop. And even if you have two models, which I have, when I did the second one, I would still have to stop for ages. So I'm going to do a whole bunch of washes with Games Workshop washes, which are decent, and because I totally overlightened this when I was airbrushing it, but I think it's going to look better for it because of the sort of layers of washes, I think. Well, hopefully, at least. It's very easy to get sort of distracted in the sense of, oh my god, this is not perfect right now, and it's like, yeah, but that's because you haven't even remotely finished painting it, and you get sort of, like I say, it's almost like distracted. You just get like, oh my god, I haven't finished painting it, but that's because you haven't finished painting it. So you think it looks shit, and it doesn't. All miniatures look shit until they're finished. No, not until they're finished. But there's always a stage in a miniature. It doesn't look that great. So we'll just keep painting and see if we can get it to that nicer stage. Yeah, that looks cool. Or at least I'll be happy with it. So, oh come on, that's a heavy wash on here. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. It's nice to have people follow. I'd like to try and do more of these. I have some occasional issues with motivating myself to actually do the videos and not to do the video, to actually plug everything in, turn it all on, and what have you. But once I get going, I'm pretty usually, you know, I really enjoy doing it. It's just sometimes I have some motivational issues occasionally, which is a bit annoying because I used to be really motivated to do everything that I wanted to do. Now, not so much. Well, sometimes not so much. But I'll try and do as getting there. I'll try and do more. Actually, this doesn't look too bad now that it's getting another darker layer on it. Let's have a look. Let's see if we can get a bit more. Oh dear. We've gone really over the top on this lightness. I was hoping to have a little bit more of this done, but obviously I'm having to redo a fairly substantial amount of shading. I have to fix that as well. It's like a splash. Coffee stain horribleness. Ah, dear. Oops. Not so far on the desk. Not too good. These wheels. Yeah. Well, I mean, do you know what it is with painting? Is, you know, it's your choice. You take it to where you want to take it, and then, you know, for me, I've been doing it a very long time. I mean, I'll be 50 next year, which is fucking horrendously scary. Anyway, just in the fact that it's like I can't believe that it's actually a thing. But I started doing like modelling and painting and stuff when I was about 9 or 10. So I've been doing it a very long time. My dad was is a model railway guy, and I used to go and help him, and I used to get airfix kits and tanks and what have you, tank model kits to you know, for helping out. So I've been doing it a long time. I have breaks. I take breaks all the time because there's times when I just haven't got the patience for it. Like, you know, especially with what goes on at work. Sometimes I work in a fairly, well, a very high stress industry. So there's occasions where I really just do not want to do anything. But I'm trying to get myself back to like the level of what I used to do, because I think when you get to a certain point, you don't really lose it. But it's really easy to just get better. I mean, you're saying there you're not very good at painting. The best advice I can give, the best advice I can give to anybody. Oh, beer is kind of fizzy. If you didn't know, when it comes to painting, is if you think you're not very good, then you go back to the absolute basics of painting. So if you have, like say on this, where you have this particular armour plate here, you've got one bit, this sort of extra plate, just make sure you can paint along the line. If you can paint along the line without going over it, you're improving. And you just keep doing that until you improve. You don't have to make, like, I think a lot of people get like really hung up with painting, is that they want to do this technique and that technique and this technique and that technique. And most of those techniques are fairly advanced techniques, and if you haven't really got the basis of the basic, for me personally, this is just my own opinion, if you haven't got the basics of being able to paint within the lines effectively, then why are you trying to do advanced techniques? So concentrate on the basics first. If you want to get the basics down, you just practice. It doesn't have to be, everything you paint doesn't have to be a display standard model. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be. Especially if you're, you know, haven't been doing it very much, or you're not, you know, if you're fairly new to it, even, you don't have to be an expert. You know, not everybody can be an expert, but you learn in a way, in the same way as everyone else. You start off doing it badly, and then you get better by doing it. Practice in the lines. That's the best thing I can say to anybody. If you're neat when you paint initially, you don't have to make repairs, you don't have to fix errors, you don't have to go back and go, oh my god, I've gone completely over this bit, and you know what I mean. So if you get it in the lines initially, you know, that's the thing. I know you said that you're quite, you know, you had some Cadians and stuff. My initial thing, you know, when most people talk to me about this, is because they do Warhammer, is the shoulder pads that you get on a lot of Space Marines. They've got like a very defined edge, and then they've got this big flat sort of central section, and it's just practice. Can you paint the inside? Can you paint the edge? Can you paint the inside edge of the edge? trying to shade just paint. Can you get paint on that without getting it everywhere else? It's just practice. Using the brush is that's painting. But it's like I say, it's my best bit of advice usually, is become comfortable with the brush, how it flows, how you flow with the model. So like the model has a certain shape, you pull the brush around in a certain way, it'll work better than trying to go the opposite way. Techniques and effects and all that stuff, they're like more complicated things. If you haven't got the basics, then what are you trying to do complex stuff for? Pointless. You just make yourself feel bad for not being able to complete it, or not make it look like what you expect it to look like. Perhaps I think we need to leave that to dry for a little bit more. No man, any time. I mean, like I said, I've been doing this a long time. I don't consider myself, and if you can see my little fingers there, like doing the quality marks or whatever you want to call it, a professional painter by any means. I worked for Games Workshop for a while. I didn't work in the heavy metal department. I wish I did. I've just learned this by myself. You know what I mean? I've learned this from myself, by other people, by watching videos. The same. But I've been doing it for a long time. And these are the basic basics are things that you should do. You do this. If you wanted to learn to paint watercolours on bits of paper, you would learn to block paint first before you did anything else. So it's the same principle. Block paint, then do the effects. If you're doing military models, being able to mask is a good thing, I believe. I mean, I use it in mine as well, but masking is a good thing, especially in military models. You're doing a plane. You're going to mask certain areas of that canopy. Get used to doing the masking. I mean, I don't know where you're at with it, but I mean, an airbrush is a fantastic thing. But they're either not cheap or they're not great. There's not really, you know, if you want to just undercoat stuff with a cheap airbrush, cool, it'll work. If you want to do anything detailed with an airbrush, the really cheap ones, not too great usually. But yeah, man. I'd be interested to see. Have you got any pictures of this? Have you got any pictures going on? Stick them in the channel. Let's have a look. While I try and figure out what I'm supposed to do with this thing, because I've totally gone massive. Cool, yeah. Give us some pictures. I want to see it, man. I mean, I'd like to think that hopefully you might come back. I mean, I'm UK obviously, so this is really late for me. Usually I don't normally stream at this time of the day, but sometimes I do. I've had some serious issues over the last year or so. Anyway, but I have a Discord channel as well, or a Discord server that me and a couple of the guys who stream use. It's in the about bit Twitch. Feel free to come and join us if you've got any questions, or you want to put any pictures, you want to see any pictures, you want any advice. I'm there. I literally have access to that 24 hours a day, and I do answer it. So but yeah, I definitely want to see some pictures. Get us some pictures. I'm now going to debate what to do with this damn thing. Cool, man. Cool. It's a good Discord. We've got like there's myself. There's another guy who pretty much exclusively all he does is paints as well. And one of our other friends, like you know, we're part of a gaming crew who go way back, and one of our guys, he's just purely gaming, and then there's myself and one of the other lads who I do some gaming occasionally. He does painting exclusively, and the other guy just exclusively does gaming. But we have a big bunch of people who we can get in touch with and contact, get for everything, like games, 3D prints, whatever you want to do. I 3D print, like I say, 99% of this diorama will be is either scratch built or 3D print. Oh, excuse me. I apologise. I've got. I'm drinking lager, which I don't normally drink. But it's not lager. It's proper like European beer. It's still a bit fizzy though. A bit fizzier than the Guinness that I'm used to drinking. So. What the fuck do I do with this? I think I'm just gonna have to keep going with the shading. But yeah, man, just by all means, jump on the Discord. Give me a shout. There's different channels. Check them all out. I've got my own channels, but by all means, check all the other ones out. And if you've got any questions or anything whatsoever, even like anything painting, give me a shout, and I'll do my best to help out. Right, this is getting absolutely hammered with this wash because it's way too friggin' light coloured. Oh, cool. Let me have a look. Give me 1 second. Let me just put the other side of this one so it doesn't look off balance. Alright, let me have a look. Bear with me a second, I just need to go and click out of here. Wait a minute. Okay, wings, side panels. Yeah, man. Getting there, isn't it? It's coming along. Coming along, man. Like I say, it's just everything. All of these things are just like a massive work in progress. So you've just got to keep on them. And yeah, I always had issues with like. Apparently, there's. I only found this out the other day. There is specific glue that does not cause clear, like transparent plastic, like your cockpit windows, to frost. I wish I'd known that 30 years ago when I made the last aeroplane that I made, and it looked awful. Oh, yep. Sorry, they just do themselves. So. Let's just get some more. How long did the base take? I I did most of it in one night. Like, don't get me, it took me a little while to like to build, like to put it together, like the basics of it. But then I kind of went to. I had like a day where I couldn't sleep, and then I literally painted about 85% of it probably in one night. I don't know, probably. I mean, I'm not doing this 24 hours a day, obviously, but it probably took me like 4 or 5 days on and off, I would think, to do it. To be quite honest, I'm one of those people who I can pick it back up again. Every time I pick it up and look at it again, I could go, oh, I could just do this, or I could just add a little bit more here or there. So I need to put it away in a sense and leave it. I've still got to do the barbed wire. There's some barbed wire to go around the front of it. That's but that won't take that long. It's just an accessory. It's just accessory bits. Once I've got the cannon done, once I've got the tank done, then those are the biggest bits that need to be painted. Everything else after that is just small pieces like boxes and artillery shells and weapons and things like that. Little just like bits. And like I say, I've got the artillery crew coming now that I will now use instead of the ones that I was going to use. The 3D printed ones aren't horrendous. They're just not. Like there's one that's holding, like, you know, he's moving as if he's holding an artillery shell, but his hands are nowhere near the actual size of the shell, so it looks ridiculous if you put a shell in his hands. But yeah, I would say it probably took me about 4 or 5 days, less than a week, to do the base, including the majority of the painting, because I did it all, like I said, I did a lot of it in one night, and then the next couple of days I did the rest of it. I'll probably still add a few more bits to it, like, you know, when I put it all together, once the cannons are painted, the cannon and the tank and everything's painted, and all the bits are painted, I'll probably add a few more bits to it, because it'll just help, it'll just make everything fit together. I've got that big smudge there. Yeah, there's probably still a bit more work to do on the base, but well, yeah, I mean, the thing is it's like this is the way I look at it, is, right? It's only finished when you're happy with it. You know what I mean? So if you're not happy with it, it's not finished. You can always add bits. I paint a lot of, like, I mean, I paint stuff and then I'm like finished. I'm like, great. Let me get this guy out here. Let me see if I'm just reaching. This is probably one of my. Let me just find the brush before I put that shit. It's probably a little bit dusty. He's been sitting on the shelf. This is, although not a particularly difficult paint job because a lot of it's metallic. This guy is probably one of the. See, he's not actually touched that. But this guy I could go back to and do stuff with. It's hard to tell whether that's still in focus or not. In here. But he's one of the better, like, he's one of the better models that I've painted, because he's a really nice model, but he's one of the nicer models that I've actually got right to the point where I can actually say, yeah, cool, I'm 100% finished with that. But then, like, he's 100% finished, but I could probably do bits on them, just do my work on them. So, but yeah, thanks, I appreciate it. I've got in tons of stuff to paint. It's kind of irritating that I sometimes can't actually motivate myself to do it. Like, I'm like sitting here, I've got all this stuff, I've got all these models, and I'm just like, that big knight, the big robot that I showed you before, that one isn't quite finished yet. There is still some work to do on that. But before I finish that, I'm going to probably, what I'll do is when I start doing I will be doing enamel washes, or at the very least on these, excuse me, on the cannon, the tank. And then while those are drying, I'll do some more work on that, because it's super close to being fixed. But I've got some like cool little things that I want to try with the sword that I've seen some other people do, and I'm hoping I can pull it off. Make like an electrical arcs along the sword. If it works, it'll be cool. If it doesn't, it won't look very good. But I think I should be able to get it to pull it off. So, how is this doing? Is this dry? This is dry. Right, what am I going to do with this? It really needs can't quite decide what it needs. It's too light by far. Yeah, the effect of it looks like it's glowing, so it'll literally have like electrical. So if you imagine you've ever seen like some sort of like electrical transformer or something like that, where it's got like the jagged like lightning or sparks or whatever you want to call it, where they travel along or up. Then there's a sort of way to do it. Where are they? I've already got them. I've got a couple of them cut already somewhere. There as well. So I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, you might well be able to see this. You might not. It might be a bit hard to see. But say for example, so if that's the thing, I don't know if you can see that metal, that little piece of metal. But if you put like that, like let's have a look, like there, and have it attached somewhere else, you can make it look like I don't know if you can see that very well. It'll look like a sort of an electrical discharge, I guess you might say, like a like if you have one of them like plasma, them plasma ball things that were like super popular, like when I was like 12 or whatever, but it cost like a fortune. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, so hopefully what I'll be able to do is I'll be able to do a few of them coming along the blade, and it'll give it the hopefully, if I can do it properly, it'll look good. And it's because the model's quite like flat colours, that'll give a good point of contrast on the model. So it'll be like light blue to white. We'll see. It depends if I can get it to work. I mean, hopefully it'll get to work. It's not ridiculously difficult technique to do. It's just what do I do with this thing? I think we're going to have to dry brush it because it looks just too, yeah, it just almost looks too tidy. Let's have a look. Let's try this out. Where's that dark one? These paints normally I'm not keen to dry brush with. The reason for that is because they're very thin and therefore they don't actually tend to. I'm pretty certain I bought a fucking Games Workshop grey. It's in the description somewhere. Because they're thick. Like a thicker, like their consistency is quite thick, but I have no idea where the hell I've put it. So this will have to do. Did I get Games Workshop one? I can't remember. I could have sworn I bought one that was like thicker because for this particular purpose or a similar purpose. So what we'll do is we'll just put this in. This stuff is like literally this will go through straight through an airbrush without any messing about. You don't need to thin it. It just does. It lasts longer if you do, and you get more opacity. I don't know. It just works better if you do. You find a brush. Where's all these brushes? Something that's really handy to do is something like this, right? Is just buy millions of cheap as fuck brushes, like seriously cheap brushes that you can destroy. That's going to be no good. That didn't go in the bin. Right, let's see if this. Yeah, it's a bit of a lifesaver because particularly like I've noticed it more with when I've started using like military modelling techniques like oils and enamels and stuff, which I wouldn't normally have used or I never used to use for Warhammer, but the effects are amazing. Is it destroys the brushes really fast, or it can destroy the brushes really fast. So yeah, loads of cheap brushes is super cool, super handy. Right, let's see if this can tidy this up a little bit. Yeah, no worries, dude. I should still be here. I don't think I'm going just yet. I won't be. I'll be on for a while yet, but not like a humongous amount of time because it is 6 a.m. or something ridiculous. So. Yeah, man, I'll probably still be here. I'll probably still be here. Ah, shit, that's something. Let's see if we can tidy this up a little bit and make it look a bit less weird because it just, I don't know, looks a bit strange right now. Normally you would shade and then highlight above the base coat, but this requires a bit of something different. It's too light. Almost everywhere. And there's still some spots that's not fucking fully dried. Fuck you, goddamn thing. Oh, excuse me. Surprisingly, it actually looks slightly better. But who the fuck knows? How many beers we got left? I've got this one and one more. It's not good. What time is it though? Oh my god, it's 6 AM. Pitney, that's not ideal. Oh shit, yeah, I forgot. I dropped the hook, didn't I? I snapped it off. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to find that. It's on the floor, it's in the carpet, Mum's got it. It's down there somewhere, I'll have to find it. Because I don't really have a spare one. I've got a spare hook, but not a wire. I need to let this properly dry because it's not. Oh my god, this song is. Is it a song? It's not a song. So annoying. Good. Alright, what do we need to do? We need to do some. We need some serious shadowing on certain spots. Do we just go all in and just go oils right now? I think we do. Let's get oils. Fucking oils. Where's the brush? Need a brush. No, let's have one of this one. So the tub. That's just for cleaning. Let's have not that one. Actually, what we should really do is varnish. This will work a million times better if we do this. I can't really go at this point. Okay. Oh, holy shit, what's that? It's like a, how big is it? 500 milliliter bottle of like Vallejo gloss varnish, which I've never even opened. Make sure it's actually I hate fucking varnish. Varnish is a nightmare, but it's absolutely essential for doing bin washes with what do you call it? Enamels and so on. Sorry, I'm just going to be off the screen for a second just while I do this because otherwise it'll take me all day. It'll take me all day to do it and not actually spray my the tablet that's right next to the desk and spray all of the other models that are nearby. So. Okay. Get this motherfucker cleaned before it fucking causes problems. Okay, hopefully. Hopefully that's enough, in a sense of gloss varnish. Gloss varnish, if you don't know, if you want to do decent pin washes with enamels, then you want to use some gloss varnish first. You want to layer of gloss varnish, let it dry, then do your enamels on top of it, because the capillary action will let it flow much better on a gloss surface than a non-gloss surface. And I say that, and then as soon as I do it, it's not going to do it, so shit happens. But we need to let it dry though, which is kind of irritating. I hate waiting for things to dry. It's particularly annoying to do it on stream. Ooh. on for too much longer. Okay, that didn't take quite as long as I expected. Right, let's right, so in there we've got some, what is it called? Odorless thinners. Here, what we've got is a smaller brush we can maybe use slightly, not much, just a bit. Now, these brushes are for, obviously, these are just for, well, whatever. You wouldn't normally, I mean, I wouldn't use these for doing any like, serious effort painting, but wow. Never ever not shake everything. I'm definitely going to buy one of those fucking, what do you call it, vortex mixers or whatever they're called. Even if it costs me 60 fucking quid. I don't care. Because that was kind of stupid that it just didn't have any coloration to it whatsoever. Right, so over a wee bit, should see that quite. Hopefully this works the way that I expect it to work. Of course I can throw paintbrushes on the floor instead. Well, let's try something. I tell you what, let's try something really small where we can't see. In theory, this should just pop into the. It does kind of. So there we go. You can see it working by itself. And sitting right in the crease. So obviously it will work so much better everywhere that there is crossfit phosphorus. And balls. And see, I made a mistake there because I slipped. However, it's like shit, but it'll be clean. It's cleanable because of the way that it normals work. All you need is a decent point on the brush. Bit of patience. So I mean, obviously, you've still got to be careful with how you do this. But, it'll run quite well. Like, where the varnish is, it'll. I don't know if you can see that. I think you can. It'll run into the. It'll run into the creases at least to some degree. It's a bit of it. Again, time consuming. But then again, this isn't a race, so. Is it gonna? It's cool when you can see it actually work, like in the way that you see it work for other people. You're like, oh my god, it actually does work. And it looks great. Motherfucker. Right, that too quickly. Oh my god, how have I managed to do that? Totally just knocked the brush totally against the wall in a totally unrelated place. What a dickhead. Wow. Hmm. This is how not to paint, by the way. It's like it's fairly tempting to just wash the whole model like really heavily and then dry brush it again. That kind of have to be done. So I think we're going to have to do this, and then we're going to have to leave this. Once this is done, it'll take a while to dry. Hey, welcome back, dude. I have made a bit of a radical decision on what I'm doing here. I started doing enamels and it just looked shit. So what we're going to do is pin wash the whole fucking thing, which is generally not what a pin wash is for. And leave that to dry properly, and then I think we'll have a good attempt at good dry brush results tomorrow when it's dried. I don't know if you can see it. I don't really want to do this, but when I started doing pin washes, it just looked absolutely horrendous. It was just so glaring, the differences. So I don't know whether I just didn't get that. The gloss varnish isn't right or what, I don't know. But it looks terrible. So we should give it a super fucking pin wash, which is just basically a full on enamel wash. Loads of super dark crevices and creases and whatnot. And tomorrow we shall give it some proper good dry brushing, and hopefully that will result in a nice smooth transitions of the greys that we want. Because at the minute it's just looking a bit weird and it's just not right. So oh dear. Ooh. Yeah, you tipped the enamel oil wash over, which we the enamel wash over, which we really don't want to do. That's a horrendous mess to clean up. So hopefully what we'll be able to do with this tomorrow is just to, once it's dried, we'll be able to dry brush things back into some sort of semblance of decent colour, hopefully, because they've gone a bit tits up, so it was not ideal. Right. Right, let's get this barrel washed and then right, we're gonna have to leave that there. Oh dear. I'm getting that point where I literally cannot fucking concentrate on anything, so let's get this brush cleaned up a little bit. Oh dear. Right, let's put that up there, out the way. Where's my specs gone? Hey Knight, how are you doing, man? Welcome to the chat. Yes, you definitely need to finish building your Krieg army. I mean, I don't play like 40k or anything like directly. I just paint and do models and stuff. But how much Krieg have you got? You got loads? Starting? Where are you at with that? Feel free to put any pictures. If you've got any pictures of it, put it in the chat, man. Let's have a look. Oh. Yeah, this is not as it's not as nice as I wanted to come, but we'll get it there. I dabble. I'm about to set a couple of extra names. Yeah, well, that's cool, man. It's a good start. Just get them built, man. Get them built. I mean, I say that I've got like. I'm not even going to tell you how many boxes of things I've got. I haven't built, but yeah. Guess I'll get it going, man. Krieg's one of the probably one of the cooler armies. Oh my god, Ultramarines. 3,000 points of Ultramarines. That's a. I think that's a lot. I mean, like I say, I don't know the points or anything, but yeah, man, I think it's a lot. And the pile of shame. Yeah, man. Everyone's got one. It's only a pile of shame because you haven't done it. You know what I mean? The only thing worse than a grey army is an army that's in a box. But it's one of them things that takes ages to do. Sadly, it takes ages to do. So, oh my god, what am I going to do with this shit? Those enamels. We need to keep that separate. Yeah. I haven't actually played the games for a very long time. I used to work for GW many years ago, but just in a store, you know what I mean? But I still worked there. And I used to play back then, in those days, but I'm talking like 20, maybe, what is it now? 20, what were we, 25 years ago. Yeah, I saw that there was a whole bunch of new releases just for Ultramarines. Did they not release like the same character guy? Like I think I've seen some memes where it's like the same character guy like 6 times or something ridiculous, and there seems to be quite a few of them. It's I guess it's kind of funny. It's GW being very GW. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was. It was crazy. Ah, dear. Yeah, man. Sorry, you just sort of kind of caught me like sort of towards the end of the stream, unfortunately. But let me show you what I've been doing, right? So obviously we've been doing this, which is it's not exactly where I want it to be, but this is to go on this, which is actually I am quite happy with. Oh. This I'm happy with. This thing, I'm not even going to pick it up because it's still damp. Not so happy with. It'll look good when it's in place. Let's see. Thank you, man. Yeah, appreciate it. It's, the bases turned out really, really well. So I need to. This is why I'm like need to get the I need to get the gun, and there's a Trojan as well, which is here. As you can see, it's like kind of like overly fucking. Oh, excuse me, overly zenithal, but there's a whole bunch of fucking accessories to go on, like crates and shells and figures and stuff like that. But those are the two main things. So, oh, excuse me. I've been drinking continental beers. They're kind of fizzy in comparison to the Guinness that I usually drink. But yeah, I'm very happy with this. So what I need to now do is do justice to the cannon, the Trojan, to make it fit, because I'm very happy with this. This has turned out very nicely. Like, and a lot of the time when I look at stuff and I paint stuff and I'm like, oh my god, I don't like it. Looks terrible. This I'm actually happy with. So eventually it will be hopefully a very nice diorama. It's inspired by an old diorama from 2008, which is an old Forge World book called. It was an Imperial Armour book. It was the Model Masterclass, Volume 1, and the chap who did a lot of the well, he did many of the models or dioramas or whatever in that book. He did this particular one, and this is very, very similar, but you can't get these. You can't buy these new anymore. They're out of print, and they cost a fortune to buy. Unfortunately, they're very expensive to buy as originals. So these are 3D printed. Trojan 3. This is 3D printed. This whole trench section, all the floor, all of this, everything here except for the ground, effectively, which is just polystyrene. Everything else is 3D printed. But I've got tons of stuff. If you have a look on the About page on Twitch, there's a link to my Instagram, and there's a lot of pictures on there from, like, you know, various stages of like how it's gone. You'll be able to see how it came about. There's still some to do with the base. It's not a lot though. It's just some barbed wire and things like that. So, decals and things. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, I appreciate it, man. It's coming up. I'm very happy with how it's looking so far. Like I say, hopefully we'll be able to get this cannon. The cannon's obviously the centerpiece of it. So yeah, I know. This stuff was, I mean, it wasn't awful to me. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, tell you what, you want to go and see how much something really is that's stupid. Go and look for the Armageddon pattern Basilisk. Forge World Armageddon Basilisk. They're about £300, which makes them about $450 perhaps each, which is disgusting. But they're not produced anymore, so there literally isn't going to be any more of them. So I've actually bought the Forge, an original Forge World crew for this particular model, just because the models that I have that are 3D printed models, they're okay. They're not bad for what they are, but they're just not going to fit as well. So I was able to find the crew on eBay. They run today. Oh dear. Yeah, I think well, now that I'm looking at this, yeah, I've gone way overboard with the fucking. That wasn't supposed to be a Zen highlight, but it's turned out to be one anyway. So. Oh. What's happened to well, Instagram's well, the stream to Instagram seems to have just totally stopped as well, but fuck, you know. And the YouTube stream for no reason whatsoever. Wow. That was ages ago as well. Fuck. Oh well, these things will be. Oh, I have to figure these shit out. Oh, it's still solid going. Ah, no. It's kind of weird. Trying to multi-stream to everything, like to 3 different things, and it's kind of been a bit fucking weird. But never mind. Wow. Yeah, Instagram's just totally fucked itself off. Yep, never mind. Oh, well, these things just don't work properly. I don't know why. It's annoying. Anyway. Right, I think probably it is time to go to bed. As it is Warhammer and stuff. God, I'm not even going to say what time it is here because it's absurdly late. So. Right, well. Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate it. It's daft o'clock. As we would say, it's daft o'clock in the morning. So yes, I'm gonna go and get some sleep. I still have to get up and do a few bits and bobs. Please, if you haven't, drop me a follow. I appreciate it. I mean, if you don't have to, but I mean, I'd appreciate it if you do. And also, there's a Discord server that we have. It's myself and a couple of the guys who stream. We've known each other for a long time. We've got a good combination. There's another guy who paints, and then there's another guy who just games. So it's in the about thing on my Twitch. Please come along if you've got any questions, if you want to speak, or if you want to chat about anything, like to do with this or games or whatever. Just come along, join in. There's a good community there to be part of. So. So right, take it easy guys, and thanks for being here, and we will be back maybe tomorrow. I'll try and get on tomorrow if I can. I might even just try and tidy this up a little bit tomorrow. Maybe try and do some more streaming tomorrow. Whether you guys are here, I mean, I hope you do. Try and look out for us. I'll probably be on a bit earlier than this though. So, right, take it easy. Enjoy your evenings or nights or days or whatever you're at, and I'll catch you later.